It's awful. 7 o'clock. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. It is 7 p.m. If we could please stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening and welcome to the December 11th, 2023 business meeting of the Milford Board of Education. May we have a roll call, please?
Megan Doyle.
Present.
Scott Furmander.
Here.
Tracy Irby.
Here.
Thomas Kova.
Here.
Lauren Mailer.
Here.
Una Petrosky.
Here.
Christina Preet.
Here.
Michael Smith.
Here.
Cindy Wolf Boynton.
Here.
And Susan Glennon.
Here.
All 10 members are present.
Thank you. Student reports. Jocelyn, right? Lauren goes first anyway. You by yourself tonight?
Yes, I am. EK is on her way, though, for law.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
And speaking of,
There she goes. Good evening, everyone. I am so sorry I was unable to attend last month's meeting, but I'm sure Julian did a wonderful job. Unfortunately, he's unable to join us this evening, so I will be flying solo. To begin, I would like to first congratulate all of our fall sports athletes who were granted all SEC and all state. Congratulations, Lions. Recently, the Main Street Mirror released its final issue of 2023. A special thank you to all of our editors who put in immense amounts of effort to create a new and improved design, and to all of our writers who did an amazing job on their articles. Great job to Mrs. Farrell's journalism classes. This past month, Foreign opened the brand new entrance to the Vito DeVito Sports Complex. Thank you to Mr. Vitelli, Milford Public Schools, and the City of Milford leadership for making this possible. We also had the flagpole within the complex rededicated in honor and memory of Milford Police Officer Daniel Wasson, a foreign graduate who was killed in the line of duty on April 12, 1987. His memory and dedication to service will never be forgotten. On a lighter note, Foreign hosted the CMEA Southern Regionals. Congratulations to the 23 students in our music departments who were accepted into the honors ensemble. We are extremely proud of all of you. I would also like to raise another congratulations to all of our students inducted into the International Tri-M Honor Society for students in band, choir, and strings, the National Art Honor Society for students who have shown outstanding ability and interest in art, as well as all of the juniors and seniors inducted into the National Honor Society. This is an outstanding accomplishment. Wonderful job. In club news, Foreign's Key Club created a service project to collect slightly used coats to help keep people warm this winter season. Both Key Clubbers and Foreign staff donated a total of 42 coats in various sizes. Thank you to all of those who donated. The giving table prepared 2 trays of lasagna and 2 tossed salads packaged with dinner rolls for a Milford School District family, coincidentally on National Giving Day. The National Honor Society and FBLA Club came together to host a Winter Sunday Fun Day for Milford families. It was a huge success and included many fun activities like games, creating cards, ornament designs, and pictures with Santa. This past Friday, Foreign had a huge success through our PJ Day, in which we raised $217 for the Connecticut Children's Hospital. Seniors John Gabelusu, Karthikeya Lekoji, and Olivia Salai were recognized for their outstanding performance on the 2022 PSAT with the National Merit Award. Congratulations to them. Huge congratulations to our foreign swimmers, Jaden Johnson, Ellen Pan, Alexa White, and Olivia Jones, who competed in state opens. Jaden came in 20th in the 50-meter freestyle, Ellen came in 21st in the 100-meter backstroke, and in the 200-meter freestyle relay, the team of 4 came in 23rd. Congratulations, ladies. I would also like to remind everyone of Foreign's Music Department's annual winter concert. It takes place tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the Foreign Auditorium. Come show your foreign pride and support our amazing music department. Thank you again for allowing me to speak with you this evening. I look forward to our next meeting at the start of the new year. Happy holidays and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Okay.
Thank you and good evening, board members. It is a pleasure to be with you once again. Unfortunately, Liam could not be here today because of an event he had to attend, but I will begin today with some amazing news. First, all AP Psych classes recently participated in a school-wide event known as Brainsgiving. Students had the opportunity to work around a theme and give treats, both sweet and savory, to the entire school before Thanksgiving break, involving the endocrine and nervous system, or the brain. The school also had a pep rally before Thanksgiving break, with a performance from the boy powder puff cheerleaders and law cheerleaders alike, as well as rock, paper, scissors competition with beads. After students were handed beads when they entered the school, those who competed in the rock, paper, scissors competition with other students winning those beads had over 20 competed with those around the school during the pep rally for an ultimate prize. With clubs, the National Honor Society recently held an induction for its new members last week, and it went amazingly. There was a guest speaker and 40 new members were inducted. The group is also hosting a Giving Tree event until this Thursday in which people around the school buy gifts for Milford children in need. They've already received quite a lot of donations and cannot wait to give out these gifts. The newly founded Jewish Student Union is hosting a holiday toy drive for Hanukkah. The Courage Club has started to have meetings every E-Day, reaching out to 25 members, and they are also charter members of the Jamie Kimball Foundation for Courage, working to provide more volunteer opportunities through social media. In Drama Club, students are already getting started rehearsing the production of Mean Girls for 10 hours per week. And Drama Club is also having an apparel fundraiser for the club, with apparel like shirts, crew necks, and hoodies being sold with drama emblems. The National Math Honor Society is planning for their annual Pi Day in March with fun games like Draw the Perfect Circle for the entire school, as well as planning how to celebrate April Math Month. Model UN is continuing to fundraise for the NYC trip by holding Shake the Cans and emailing businesses as well for funds as well. And they're trying to prepare for their conference and by starting mock position papers. The Science National Honor Society has just admitted new members and is planning their induction ceremony early next year. And their first meeting with everyone is tomorrow, where they'll be making slime and explaining the scientific relevance. In Key Club, they've been super busy for the Salvation Army project, with volunteers working to collect money at Stop and Shop every weekend. In addition to the previous Thanksgiving food drive, which was hosted for Thanksgiving, they are also hosting another food drive for the holidays, and each advisory is their own team, and whoever donates the most will get a bagel party. In addition, they sold poinsettias earlier in the month to raise money for the club, which was very successful. The St. Promise Club has also been planning the Remembrance Day for Sandy Hook, for the Sandy Hook anniversary on Thursday. They have different events planned for each day leading up to that event, with daily check-ins, spirit days, and days dedicated to self-care for students. The new Spanish Club has launched, meeting twice a month to discuss initiatives that can help achieve more Spanish to make it more interactive throughout the school. In the past month, they've been able to make posters in Spanish for the school's Friendsgiving event. And the Art National Honor Society is glazing bowls for the Empty Bowls project, planning sketches for the Science Stair mural, and working on the English Support Center mural. In academics, the music department is continuing to fundraise for their upcoming trip to New Orleans, with the entire department hosting a Panera fundraiser as well as a Sabres event. And they're also gearing up for our upcoming concert this Thursday at 7 p.m. So much amazing music is going to be created after so many months. In Tech Ed, engineering students were paid a visit from the representatives of UConn's engineering department, and 2 sophomore students, along with Rebecca Levante, program manager of the UConn Navy STEM education program, walked students through a variety of design challenges that use 3D pens. The pens operated like handheld 3D printers. It was an engaging event for students, and it gave some exposure to UConn's engineering department. In the teaching and learning comments, the high schools recently got access to an amazing resource in databases, and their media specialist, Ms. Mundy, has been working to get information about Gale to students and staff. She's gone to several classes, including English, French, and AP seminar, and also presented to the English department. The TLC has also checked out over 500 books, and the book talk on the Nutmeg nominees was really popular, and several books were checked out following the book talk. The Makerspace also hit in this month and is a communal puzzle. In law sports action, Law Girls recently won the Powder Puff game against Warren 35-7, and the law football team also won their game against Warren 13-0. In the school counseling department, it hosted its annual junior night last Thursday, December 7th. Over 100 people attended and had the opportunity to connect with school counselors while learning about preparing for senior year and post-high school planning. It also teamed up with the athletic department and organized an NCAA athletic recruitment information night for students at Parsons, open to all families in Milford, with a great turnout. The presenters were knowledgeable and shared very relevant information to families to prepare their student athletes for collegiate play. The department also teamed up with health teachers this month to deliver the Signs of Suicide programming to freshmen. And students also took the ASVAB this month to either prepare for a potential career in the military or to gain knowledge about career aptitudes and skills. School counselors attended an excellent PD opportunity on Election Day at Mayor's College regarding various topics related to the new FAFSA opening for families in December 31st, the use of AI in college essays and letters of recommendation, NCAA athletic recruitment, and counseling during times of social and political unrest, as well as COVID. The counselors were very appreciative to have the opportunity to receive PD specially designed for their profession. Some counselors, also finally, 61% of seniors have applied to college as of December 1st, and decisions are finally starting to come in. And the department will also host a presentation this coming Friday for students interested in pursuing a career in trades. A representative from the Connecticut Apprenticeship Training Program will discuss the process to become a registered apprentice. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all, and we look forward to the next meeting.
Thank you, Kay. Students, you're welcome to head out. I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you. Happy holidays. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to make public comment tonight? Okay, seeing none, I'll move on to my chair's report. Board members, I just want to note a correction on the agenda. The consent agenda, there were actually 2 separate meetings on the 27th, so those are going to be noted individually when we read the motion later. I just want to remind everybody as well, this is our only meeting in December, so I'm wishing everyone a happy holiday at this time. You were all given a schedule of the holiday concerts throughout the district. One of them was mentioned tonight. So I had the pleasure of attending a few last week. There's still several coming up. So if you want to get into the spirit, I urge you all to head out to one of the concerts. They're really special. We've got some great talent in our schools. And it's a great way to show the board's support for our arts programs. So make sure you wear your ID badge. New board members got one tonight. Returning board members should all still have theirs. If not, let Pam know. On our agenda tonight, we have the adoption of the board's regular meeting calendar. I just want to point out that adoption of the calendar tonight complies with state statute timing. So these will be our regular meetings for the 2024 calendar year, and any other meeting scheduled during the year would be considered a special meeting. January begins the board's work with the superintendent's presentation on her budget. It begins our budget work. At the business meeting, she will present her budget. It's meant to be an introduction to the budget, not a discussion of details. We'll get into the big details with our deep dive during our board workshops on January 10th, January 11th, and the 17th, with the potential budget adoption on the 17th. But we also ask that you all hold January 18th as a snow date or for any kind of additional workshop that we might need. And they all begin at 7 p.m. and will be held here in the boardroom. You'll get more information about the process as we get closer to January, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of the dates. And lastly, on behalf of the board, I would like to wish everybody here and everybody watching and our staff that's visiting with us tonight a happy holidays, whatever holiday you might be celebrating, and a happy new year. It's a busy time of year, and I hope you all take time for yourselves as well. There's probably no liaison reports this month. Anybody have one? You've all been given your liaison assignments for the coming year, the
I just
coming
have
term.
one quick.
Mhm.
Just on the Board of Aldermen, Dr. Kataya did present the facility study to the board.
Right, she did. All right, and we did meet with I did meet with PTA Council in, did they have a meeting in November? In November, and it was just a routine. I shared with them the work that the board had done for the month prior. All right, so we will move on then to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Ms. Glennon. Thank you, board members. Happy to share with you lots of information under the superintendent's report. So I'm going to quickly turn things over to Ms. Archieri because we do have a lot to discuss this night.
Thank you, Dr. Kataya. Ms. Glennon, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. As Ms. Glennon mentioned at our prior board orientation meeting, monthly we try to give you an instructional highlight to keep you in the loop on the things that we're working on throughout the district regarding curriculum and instruction. I have the opportunity to welcome 3 of our instructional supervisors and 1 of our educators to the room tonight to be able to share a presentation with you regarding literacy in the district. So I will kind of point out our folks who are here. First off is Miss Bethany Morrow, who is our K-5 instructional supervisor for the humanities. Mrs. Brewer, who is our 612 instructional supervisor for the humanities. And Mrs. Akampora, who is our instructional supervisor for equity and engagement. And they are joined this evening by Mrs. Laura O'Keefe, who is a ELA teacher from Foreign High School. And before they start their presentation, I just wanted to recognize the work that they are doing to support literacy in district. In the last few months, I've got the opportunity to watch them roll out a lot of the work that they're doing, whether it is around creating thematic units that embrace reading and writing together at the high school level. There's been a lot of work done in support with Mrs. Akampora to really think about the texts, the voice and choice that students have, making sure that diverse perspectives are represented in the text that students are reading in class. And obviously, Mrs. Morrow and I have worked very closely with all of the new information coming out regarding the science of reading. And she has really done a fantastic job at thinking about not only curriculum to make sure that it's research-based, but also to make sure that our professional learning is supporting not only teachers, but she also had the foresight to think about embracing professional learning for our instructional leaders across the district, our principals, as well as the supervisor team. So I can't say enough about the work that this team has done to really keep us at the forefront of literacy and science of reading throughout the district. So I do want to turn it over to these 4 impressive young ladies to share with you our annual literacy highlight.
Good evening, members of the board. As Mr. Artieri mentioned, I am Beth Morrow. My role in Milford is the Pre-K-5 Humanities Supervisor, and I'm here tonight to share with you a little bit about our vision. About a year ago, we were before you, and we were sharing our vision for literacy instruction. You'll notice some key highlights are that in Milford, students are our primary resource. We believe that in order to meet the needs of our students, we need to give our teachers high-quality curriculum resources that are research and evidence-based. We want to make sure we're providing embedded professional learning, so at any given moment, if a teacher has a question about literacy, they have someone to reach out to. We also want to think about our district model for high-quality instruction and making sure we are seeing that in our classrooms every single day. Finally, Milford believes in investing in our teachers. We are so fortunate to have some of the most amazing staff members, so it is our role to really invest in them and make sure we are building their capacity. Before you, you'll see the curriculum revision cycle. So I'm just going to talk through quickly some of the coding at the bottom. So you'll see when we are looking at curriculum, we start with a program review. The program review allows us the opportunity to see what's going well and what might need some tweaks. After we understand the program review, you can see we think about the curriculum writing cycle, and that's usually the time where we begin to write curriculum maps and think about state standards. After that, you'll notice we go into initial implementation. So this is where we have implementation guides. This is where the board is so generous in supporting our purchasing of instructional resources. And then we move to systemic implementation for years 4 through 7. So you'll notice on our chart below, we started a program review, for example, in pre-K2 literacy in the years 1920. Of course, that was a very hectic year, as some of you may remember. We continued engaging in a writing cycle. We had our year of initial implementation in 21-22, excuse me, and are now moving towards that systemic implementation where we're thinking about revisions, we're thinking about assessments, and making sure we're monitoring and adjusting based on who our students are and what their needs are, all along the way making sure we are supporting our teachers fully in this process. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Brewer, and she's going to talk a little bit about what our pre-K-12 literacy looks like.
Good evening, Board of Education. Thank you for having us. As Mr. Autieri shared, my name is Sarah Brewer, and I'm our instructional supervisor for secondary humanities. And I work closely with Mrs. Morrow and Mrs. Akampora and our English, Social Studies, and World Language departments in our middle and high schools. So as Mrs. Morrow shared, aligned with our MPS curriculum revision cycle, we have been focused on revising our pre-K-12 literacy and ELA curriculum with an emphasis on student choice through thematic units. One of our goals is to expose students to a variety of different texts, so including historical fiction, nonfiction, contemporary fiction, books in verse, just to name a few, and to consistently engage students in writing about what they are reading. Across pre-K-12, we have moved away from the traditional whole class novel. Now that whole class novel is probably what you and what I remember as the model of instruction in most of our high school and middle school classrooms, right? So that was when we read a book with our teachers. We read through the entire book as a class, and when we finished that book, we moved on to the next unit, which was likely aligned with another whole novel. We've moved away from that traditional whole class novel approach in which students read one text with a teacher and then move on to the next book, and instead have developed thematic units during which students can choose from a selection of different texts aligned with a common theme. The students participate in dialogue with their peers and with their teacher, and engage in critical analysis around the unit themes. So thanks to the support of our Board of Education, we have been able to enrich classroom libraries and add a wide variety of texts aligned with our new units in grades pre-K through 12. Books give us a vehicle to provide students with the opportunity to learn about perspectives different from their own, and through that they develop understanding and empathy, which of course is always our goal. Additionally, as we add new books, we are focused on selecting texts that represent our growing population here in Milford, so that all of our children, including students who belong to historically marginalized groups, can find themselves and characters like them represented in the books in our classrooms.
So now we're going to give you a little glimpse into a kindergartner meeting. So before I share this, I want to give you a little bit of context. So first and foremost, as I said before, I could not be more proud to stand before you today and represent the work that our teachers are doing. As you noticed in our curriculum revision cycle, kindergarten has recently gone quite an undertaking of really focusing in on the science of reading and thinking about that word recognition piece that we'll talk about in a little bit. This kindergarten student is from one of our schools here in Milford. She is going to read to you a passage. So a couple of things that I want you to notice is that in the past, we've often seen kids read books, which is wonderful, and we always want children reading books. But oftentimes, children were using the clues in those books to actually read the words. A shift that we've made is really making sure that students are using letter identification and sound to read. So you will hear our friend Liza here is working directly with one of our amazing instructional coaches. They have a relationship. They've been working together since the start of the year. And you'll see in the moment the coach is going to give corrective feedback to help make sure the student is reading. Another thing that I will tell you is that Liza has never seen this passage before, so this is what we would traditionally call a cold read. So you are going to get to see her read this for the very first time. Right.
You're on full screen.
Yes, please.
And read the word just like you've been practicing. reading, okay? Can you show me where to read, where to start reading? Can you point where to start reading? Okay, go ahead, you can start reading. A pig. The pig is in its pen. I see a cat. The cat is on the bed. Oh, can you say those sounds? Bed. Say those sounds. B and then D says D. Try again. B and bed. Gotta go back and do that now. The cat is on the bed. I see a dog. The dog is Oh, go back and read that again. Read that one again. Is in it. Then I see a bug. What's that word? The bug is on a bat. Lisa, what a nice job you did taking a word you're not sure and then saying those sounds to the word. Nicely done. Okay, Lisa, can you tell me what this passage was about? What were some of the animals in this passage? About a pig. What about the pig? What did we learn about the pig? It's on the pen. Do you know what a pen is? I can draw with. You can draw with a pen, yeah. In this case, it's where a pig lives. That's where it lives, in a pen. And on a farm, it might be in a pen, right? A fenced area that they go in. What else? What were some of the other animals? Cat. What did we learn about the cat? It's on the bed. Where was the dog? The dog? Where was it? I think it was on the den. It was in a den again. A den is where a dog can live. Yeah. Where was the doghouse?
So, as I said before, I am so impressed with the work that our teachers are doing. We've asked them to make some very significant shifts in the last few years. Liza is a perfect example of that. She's working on sound recognition. She's working on saying the sounds she hears. You can see evidence of her high frequency instruction. That's okay. And you can see how she's working directly with a coach. We can see in this particular video that she has made some the teacher has made some really significant shifts in her practice so that the child is able to read. The teacher has been able to do this because she has been able to work with a coach since the beginning of the year, so they've been able to build that shared capacity. So the coach is doing, can you go back one?
Right.
So,
It's not full, I was trying to make it full screen.
so the coach is able to work both directly with the teacher side by side as well as with students. One of the things that I'm most impressed about is that this is typical kindergarten in Milford Public Schools. What an exciting time that this is an average kindergartner in Milford Public Schools. This is any given Monday in December what kindergarten can look like for our students. We are so proud of the hard work that our teachers are doing and the shifts that they've made. In alignment with some of those shifts, I'll just spend a moment or two sort of talking through some of the things that Liza was doing. This image, is taken from a book called The 6 Shifts. And this is how we've kind of started moving in in line with the science of reading. This book came out several years ago, so we've been making the shifts over time. As I mentioned earlier, there was a program review done of literacy instruction in 2019. One of the things that it found was that we didn't have anything for the area of phonemic awareness. So we put something in and we were able to start that shift and help teachers start to understand the importance of teaching phonemic instruction. We also have reimagined the way we teach phonics. In the past, we would tell teachers to read from a script, and that was how we taught children phonics. Now, we are teaching teachers to be responsive to the students in front of them, and we are teaching them to help students understand the rules of phonics in a much deeper way. Finally, we're reconsidering and thinking about high-frequency word instruction. In the past, we would have said that children need to memorize high-frequency words. We now talk about what parts of the words that they can use sound for and what parts of the words they need to memorize. In conjunction with that, you can see some of these shifts mapped out here. So as I mentioned, we did the program review in 2019. So this gives you a status of where we were and where we're heading. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of the shifts we've made. As I mentioned, on the left, so you have an understanding of the chart, are what we call the big five. These are the areas that are the biggest areas that are named in the research for the science of reading. As noted in the curriculum revision cycle, 2019 was actually when we underwent the program review. We talked about the fact that there was not something in place for phonemic awareness. So we put what's called Heggerty in there. This is a program that is designed for phonemic awareness. We also had at the time what's called foundations. And the way that teachers were taught to teach foundations was to read the script. We realized that that wasn't working for our students. Our students did not have a deep understanding of how to use phonics throughout the day and how it applied to both reading and decoding as well as writing. So we've used research from UFly, from Wiley Blevins, from some of the best in the field to create our own unit of study that's really more reflective of how students learn to read. We also have talked about vocabulary instruction. We are always drawing from the state standards and thinking about that morphology piece. Again, pulling from evidence-based, research-based practices. In terms of our fluency and comprehension, you'll see in the past, the primary resource was Teachers College. Now we're really talking about standards. So we look at the standards that the state has provided and we think about how to break those into manageable skills that we can then see children using. Finally, in 2018, there was no common instructional model. Now we are so lucky that we have a district model for high quality instruction. We have been working with it for quite some time, so we're on our version 2. And we also have worked with our teachers around an accelerative approach, so making sure that students have access to grade level standards. One of the most interesting anecdotes is I happened to be working with some teachers and coaches the other day, and we were talking about a variety of things, and I had a teacher say to me, you know, Beth, I used to do foundations, and I really thought I knew a lot about phonics. And I said, what did you learn? They said, I knew nothing about phonics. They said, I've been doing all this great work here with my coach, and we have this conversation, and I talk about syllable types, and I say, oh, I read about syllable types in foundations. I had no idea what it meant. And now I'm sitting here with my coach, and I'm like, oh, that's what it meant. So we are having a lot of aha moments like that across the district. And again, I could not be more proud of the work that our teachers are engaging in. And I will pass it back to Ms. Brewer to share some voices from the high school. Oh, do I? Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more slide. I got so excited. So as I mentioned, we've made a lot of shifts. So some important shifts that we've made just this year. So we've introduced something called sound walls. So in the past, we used to have word walls. So word walls were when we would put words up on the wall and we would have it in alphabetical order and kids would use that as a resource in the classroom. What we found was that didn't actually help kids with their writing. So what we transitioned to is something called sound walls. So this helps kids understand the placement of sounds and words then map to those sounds rather than just identifying where the word is in alphabetic order. This allows the kids to be more interactive. I was in a classroom the other day and they were having a conversation about was. The ending sound of was is S, but it doesn't make that sound. So kids are grappling with the fact that letters make different sounds. And they're talking about how to use the sound wall as an interactive tool. So that is a picture of what's at the bottom. We also are we're working with our speech pathologists to look at the mouth placement when we're teaching students sounds. so students are able to see what their mouths look like. As Mr. Autieri mentioned, we've also been working with our administrative team. Not only do we have amazing teachers, but we also have amazing administrators who want to learn about current practices in literacy. So we've been meeting with them regularly to keep their professional learning going. We've been talking a lot about data and making really data-informed decisions about where our students are. On the bottom left, you'll notice an oldie but a goodie. It's called Scarborough's Reading Rope. And although it's small, what I think is most important to recognize is that there are many, many pieces that make a skilled reader. So we don't want to just focus on one piece. We want to make sure that we are developing all of the pieces in order to make sure that our youngest scholars are becoming skilled readers. So you'll notice tonight I talked about the bottom three a lot. So I talked about the area of phonological awareness, I talked about decoding, I talked about sight recognition or high frequency words. Those are all really important foundational skills that help us develop skilled readers.
So as we shared earlier, we are in the midst of curriculum revision pre-K-12. At the middle school level, we are in the second year of full implementation of our new thematic units. And at the high school level, we're at the very exciting and challenging place of being in the first year of implementation of our new thematic units. We are incredibly proud of this work and the opportunities that it provides for our students, and perhaps most proud of the breadth of reading opportunities that we are offering to our high school readers for the first time ever this year. To use an analogy, we're providing our students with windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors. When they read books, they can peek into, experience the lives of others through windows. They can see themselves through mirrors. And they can open sliding glass doors in their imagination and actually walk into the lives of people within and beyond our community here in Milford. To talk a little bit about the experience of implementing these new units and being nearing the end of the first semester of implementation, we are very lucky and excited to have Mrs. Lauren O'Keefe with us today. Lauren is a teacher at Foreign High School and is also our English department leader. So without further ado.
Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. It is an exciting time. We are really enjoying, but also, trying to work together and collaborate to figure out the best ways to work with this new curriculum with our students. But I think what's most exciting is that we can give so many choices to students. You can learn a lot by reading and writing, and we certainly have not given that up. But you can also learn a lot by reading and talking about what you read. And by investing in a lot of copies of the same book, we can give students the opportunity to be in book clubs and talk about what they're reading, work on, sharing their experiences, sharing their ideas, helping each other to clarify and understand. And that learning together is like a new level of collaboration, because in the past we've taken our students to our media centers, they've gotten books of their choice, but then they, probably weren't reading the same book as anyone else in their class. And it's been nice this year to start working with them with their book clubs where, you might have 7 different books going on in the same room and different clubs working on their books and working on how to have a good conversation, which is something that we hope that they take after and continue to be readers. As they go out into the world and maybe join and form book clubs of their own and continue engaging with reading as adults in positive ways. But we have seen, we work both in our school, but we do get a lot of time during our PD to work with teachers at law as well. And we've been talking extensively about how to best roll this out, how to push students to not just talk about, I like the book, oh, you like the book too, but to be, critical thinkers, to really kind of push each other to explore the book, to think about, what kind of book, as Mrs. Brewer said, some books are windows for one person in the group, some might be a mirror for another person, how can they share that experience? So we've really been kicking it off well this year and are really excited for the opportunity to continue our work and keep sharing more books with students as the year goes on, and then kind of tweaking how we might do it and roll it out again next year. Thank you.
Hello, board. It's so nice to be here with some new faces and some faces that I know already. I'm Marissa Akampora.
I'm the instructional supervisor for equity engagement for Milford Public Schools. And I'm here to kind of just perpetuate the through line of our equity framework that goes throughout all of our curriculum in Milford Public Schools. Tonight, we're talking quite a bit about the last strand, the green strand, which is our curriculum and instruction. And I am so fortunate to be in a district that not only has leadership and a board that supports the equity work that we do here, but also educators and colleagues that stand beside it and are so cooperative and collaborative toward our end of making sure that equity is at the forefront of everything that we're doing. As I was thinking about this slide, it has a lot of information on it, and it kind of is going back to some of the windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors that you heard about before. So I was thinking about this, and I thought, how do I make this a relatable kind of way to talk about how this all works relative to the work that we do in equity? So I said to my parents, when I was growing up, I had built-ins in my bedroom, these built-in shelves. My father built them, he's very handy. And they went the span of the room, and they had National Geographic magazines in every single one. And so I sent my father a text, and I said, do you happen to know what the oldest National Geographic is? Not only did he send me a date, he sent me a picture of him holding it because he thinks you need proof. I'm being honest. And the year is 1917. So we had National Geographics, they were all in my room, and I was an avid and young reader, and I would read anything I could get my hands on. It was the running joke in the house. If Good Housekeeping was out, that's what I was reading. So putting me in a bedroom that was lined with the National Geographic magazines was a very smart move that my parents now tell me was intentional. I think that they just got that because I told them what a great idea it was. And I was pulling these magazines all of the time. And I didn't have a TV in my room, wasn't allowed. Didn't have video games, wasn't allowed. We didn't have cell phones, so no technology. So when I got bored, and a little melodramatic as potentially I could be as a teenager, I would go to my room and I would pull a National Geographic and I would flip through and talk about windows and sliding glass doors. The perspectives of looking at these National Geographic magazines that give you this insight into cultures that I would have never walked in, into experiences that I would have known nothing about, has grown in me. And now, of course, my parents are taking all of the credit for going into equity work, into these cultures and things that I wouldn't have known about if I had not been a curious reader with access to the windows and the sliding glass doors. And in fact, even mirrors, when you think about any kind of literature in which you're interacting with characters that are human, you're finding characteristics within yourself and within those characters and within those stories that resonate with you as well. And so when I think about our students' opportunities and how equity work and making sure that they have voice and choice in the realm of their literacy instruction, it is crucial that they have this because we won't walk every path in this earth, but we will have opportunities to see perspectives and to widen those perspectives through literature. So to that end, we've been doing a lot of collaborative work in our professional learning. And we've been doing things like talking about how we make sure that we're really reflecting our students in the things that we select, how we're guiding students who have curiosities toward the things that are going to really enrich and really play to the things that they're interested in, to give them a love for literacy as well. So part of the work as well is that we want to make sure that we understand that social identity is something that is very intrinsically linked into this idea of the windows, the mirrors, and the sliding glass doors. Our social identity changes with the people we're with and the locations that we're in. When we're at home, we're one person. And the identity that I identify with myself when I'm at home is mother and wife. Those are the things that I'm usually thinking about, particularly tonight. I have my youngest coming home from her first semester at college. So I'm anxiously thinking about the mother role when I get in the house and love all over her and make her dinner. But when I'm at work, my identity is more about my professional self. It's more about the lens that I have when I'm looking at my role in a school district. So our social identities are really controlled by the environments that we're in. And so when our kids are in school, we're thinking about what are those identities that are at the forefront of their minds. If they are an English language learner, it's probably language. It's probably acculturating, and it's probably how they're fitting into their peers and where their sense of belonging is coming from. And so we can really do things with literature that you can't necessarily replicate in real life when we make sure that we have the availability of these materials and that we're making sure that they are they're highlighted for our students so they know what's available. Thank you. I am happily involved in our work in the science of reading, and I'm part of the district's leadership team. And as a district grant manager, also part of the team that is contributing to our ARPA grant writing to access research-based approved resources. The accelerated framework, which you heard referenced, the reason that is so crucially important from an equity standpoint is that when we accelerate our learners, we are not taking them away. The students who would traditionally have been pulled out of instructional time to get intervention were students that were overrepresented by students of color, socioeconomic status, and English language learners. Those kids were traditionally the kids that when you had an intervention model, you pulled them out of the classroom. So they don't have the access to their grade level materials or the instruction that's happening both from an academic and social standpoint in the classroom. So an accelerated model makes sure that we're building the capacity of our team so that we're keeping kids in the classroom where they belong, they're getting the experiences that they need, and they are part of a group of learners that's all striving toward the same goal.
So while we've been really busy, we have more to come. So we are hosting our first ever literacy conference. We have our outside consultants joining us towards the end of June, and we are inviting a variety of other districts to join us in that work. Milford is going to be the host, but we are super excited for this work. We also are continuing to grow our capacity around grades 4 and 5 in terms of the areas of word study and morphology or vocabulary instruction. And we are working on something called literacy work choices. So literacy work choices are a new and exciting research-based idea that supports students in their individual learning. So for instance, if a student is learning about a particular area in phonics, we want to make sure they have lots of explicit opportunities to practice that. Literacy work choices will allow for that opportunity, while to Mrs. Brewer's earlier point, giving kids voice and choice in what they are doing in an elementary classroom. We are also continuing work on standards versus skills. We know we have Common Core state standards, but we don't always know how those translate into skills and how teachers understand the skills building year over year. So for instance, grade 4 does text features. It's a really heavy lift for grade 4, but it's not the first time it comes up. So we want to help build teacher capacity around understanding all of those pieces that are coming up. And in alignment with that, we want to talk about both the horizontal progressions of learning and the vertical progressions of learning.
And those reading and writing progressions are something that we're focused on pre-K-12 and is part of the work that Mrs. Morrow and I are doing as a partnership between elementary and secondary, because of course before the students get to middle school and high school, they are in elementary. Additionally, we are always focused, particularly at the high school level, on career opportunities across content areas, and we are currently focusing on developing a pathway that will be in place for next year with a focus on communication and journalism. Really highlighting the way that students can use writing and authentic writing opportunities in the career world beyond high school. Additionally, the courses that you've heard about today are our core 6-12 English courses, but we are very excited in the coming years to begin revision of our elective English courses as well. As we look at that revision opportunity, we're again really focused on career pathways and thinking about ways to build electives that align with the career opportunities that our English language arts courses prepare students for in the post-secondary world. And then of course, we are really excited to continue our partnership with Mrs. Akampora around equity and thinking about different lenses through which we can view the English language arts curriculum and our instruction to ensure that we're providing equitable opportunities for all of our readers and writers in grades pre-K-12. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of information there. Do we have questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. First of all, that was an incredibly concise, very efficient, very comprehensive overview. That was also very accessible. So as someone who communicates in regular life for a living, I appreciate that very much. So thank you. I just had a question on, again, new board members, so probably asking things that everyone else knows, but I'll do it anyway.
That's fine.
When you're talking about the transition from the intervention model to the accelerative model, and part of that is, I understand the priority of keeping kids in the classroom. Obviously, huge benefits to that and not having them elsewhere all the time. Is there anything that exists as part of either the transition to the accelerative model or part of the accelerative model that still allows individual students who just need that little something extra personalized to them to get that in some way? Or is it just, good luck, you're in there, we're teaching your teacher to be better, and fingers crossed? What's the in-between for the kids who still do need that little extra something?
So if I may step up, I feel like I can't see everybody if I sit. So I'm so glad you asked that, because the role of the coach is very vital in the accelerative approach. So of course we want to build tier 1 instruction, and we are so fortunate, as I mentioned before, that we have really amazing teachers. But we know there will still be kids who need support. So one of the things you noticed tonight is Mrs. Del Monte, she's one of our instructional coaches, and she is working directly with the student. So in this particular case, she knows all of the students in the class. So at any given moment, she may be working, she may take, Liza or another student who may need something more over to the side. She may be working with them at the back table. She may be working with them outside of the classroom to give them that little extra boost. Working with students is absolutely part of the coach's role, but we want to make sure it's really intentional. So one of the things that we found about our old intervention model was that often we were picking up students without a lot of data. So we would say, oh, so-and-so needs fluency work. But what about fluency do they really need? So right now we're trying to really focus in on getting targeted about what students need. So in this particular case, not only is, in this case, Mrs. Del Monte working with students, she has a really targeted focus. So using Mrs. Del Monte as an example, she called a couple weeks ago and said, hey, I have this group that I think has this issue, but I'm not sure. And so we talked it through. I came over, we sat down, we looked at the student data. Through the student data, we actually figured out that the core issue she thought they had wasn't the issue at all. So she was then able to go back to the teacher and say, like, hey, so-and-so, I really want to try something out. And she sat with those students and she worked on a targeted plan with those students to help accelerate their growth. So part of the acceleration model is really understanding what about unfinished learning they don't have so that you can accelerate them to grade level. And be mindful that they're not missing that important grade level time so they don't get further behind. But the role of the coach is absolutely to work with students when they need it and based on data. Does that help?
Absolutely, thank you. Yep.
Ms. Doyle?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'm going to kind of go off that question. Based on the video we saw of the student, it's December. How was she as a reader on September 1st or whatever day we started school? Because as a kindergartner, to some extent we presume that they have no backing when they walk in the classroom, and she can identify words and read sentences and things like that. So what's the kind of standard to start with, and where are we getting to?
So one of the beautiful things about kindergarten, is there is no standard. Kids come in with a variety of experiences, and that's why being a kindergarten teacher, I think, is one of the hardest roles. The kids come in, some of them have never had school before, some of them come in as readers. So part of what I think it's important for the board to understand is that this child is typical in every way. So she came in with, I would say, some background, but did not have letter ID, letter sound. It's not like she came in with 26 letters, 26 sounds. She didn't come in with high frequency words. There may have been some things that she came in with, but really the result of her reading is based on her teacher and the coaching that the teacher and the coach have engaged in.
Okay. Thank you. And so from the next point of that is the instructional coach. I'm just thinking about how many are there at a school? I can't remember how many classrooms are they going to. Are they pushing into every single classroom, or is this kind of one of those things where more people are interested than others, and kind of a combination of those?
So the coach, we did a presentation on the coach back in April, so I'm going to harken back to that. So the role of the coach is to work with every teacher. So coaching is not optional in Milford. We believe that everybody can get better, and we believe that everybody has the opportunity to grow. At each building, we have 4 instructional coaches, 2 of which are humanities focused and 2 of which are STEM focused. So the humanities coaches, really their primary role is to constantly be thinking about the state of instruction. So thinking about helping teachers respond to data, working with students, thinking about what their next level of work is. And of course, that's in conjunction with the building principal. They're really such a hand-in-glove team. They're part of the principal's leadership team. They're really thinking about who the students are. And the caseload looks different in every school. So in some schools, it may be that a coach and a teacher are, it may be one coach and one teacher. In other buildings, it may be two coaches and one teacher. That part of it is sort of flexible based on what the teacher needs. And certainly we have some brand new teachers. So those brand new teachers might need or ask for some more coaching than just a one-on-one basis. So they might have a coach in for numeracy, but they may also have a coach in for literacy. So that's kind of how it goes, but we actually have specialists that are also being coached. So we have a great example at one of our schools where we have a music teacher who's working with a coach. So coaching is really about instruction. So one of the things we hearkened to in April was our coaching framework is actually designed around our model for high quality instruction. So tonight, what we didn't get into is sort of that intentional and responsive piece that's in the middle of our V2. So the coach's job is really to help the teacher be as instructional and responsive as possible to the students in front of them. When I hearken back to that vision statement, we really believe that we should build teacher capacity for students. But to your earlier point, a kindergarten class looks different every year. So how do we continue to help teachers be able to build their capacity so that they can be in that middle part, intentional and responsive? And that's part of the role of a coach. Of course, in support of working with students as well.
I just want to add some scope to this a little bit. I'm afraid we're going to go down the rabbit hole of coaches and intervention acceleration, but tonight's presentation was the instruction we're providing every single child. We call it core instruction, tier 1, and just in the elementary alone, if we want to just look at that lane for a minute, we're not counting music, art, PE, none of the, just in the classroom, pre-K through 5, we have 224 teachers. We have 224 teachers that are experiencing all of this change. And at the elementary alone, that's 1 out of how many subjects they teach. I just want to create some scope of responsibility here. That all of the shifts, all the changes that they're learning and needing to implement is for all kids. And I have enrollment in front of me, which impacts 2,465 kids. So the support that a coach may be providing to impact core or tier 1 is for just that, 224 teachers and 2,465 kids. So I just want us to understand that that's what coaches are supporting with teachers for kids and with kids directly. So I think sometimes we kind of lose the, oh my God, there are 4. Well, let's just look at the scope as we're asking these questions, is my ask.
And Dr. Kataya, it's important to remember that while tonight is about literacy, there have been very substantial shifts in numeracy as well. So we are looking to make sure that we're really supporting that instructional core as a whole.
Agreed. That was one thing I thought was 2 people for everyone is a lot to go into those classrooms and teach those to the kids for each subject. Going back to the high school for books, you said book clubs, as in the class book clubs, like during class time, or is it external?
No, during class. So part of like a class activity would be to meet in your book club, and you have prepared some pages, maybe you prepared some questions or things to talk about, and you would talk about that during class time.
Okay, and so that would be kind of student guided with teacher supervision.
Definitely teacher supervision, especially at the beginning for some of our students who haven't experienced this before as much. Some of our 9th grade students have done this in the middle school, but a lot of our sophomores and juniors really haven't participated in book clubs, so giving them a little guidance on what to do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
If I could just go back to the kindergarten piece, because one of the questions I had in the choice of books for readers and not having the class reading a whole book together, I was having a hard time wrapping my head around how that really looks for these little kindergartners, 1st, 2nd grade, who they're just learning to read. So can you walk me through that a little bit? Like, how do you have a class of 1st graders all potentially reading a different book?
Yeah, so that's why the skill of teaching them how to read is really important. Like Mrs. Brewer talked about, we believe in voice and choice. And like I referenced before with literacy work choices, what we're working on with our K1, 2, even 3 students is making sure that whatever they're doing is really purposeful for their instruction. So sometimes they're reading either a decodable passage, which is what you saw tonight. Sometimes they are in books, and sometimes they are working on word recognition. So for instance, you may have a kindergartner who might be learning consonant, vowel, consonant words, and part of what their work choice that day is they're building those words. So reading isn't always in books, although that is the primary goal. We also have other parts to the literacy block. So one of the most crucial parts in K and 1 is the interactive read aloud. So think about, when you pull up a book and you read that in front of the whole class, but you stop at strategic points to really build the students' listening comprehension, going back to that skilled reader piece, right? They're thinking about the language comprehension, they're thinking about the listening comprehension, because when we have students, when we have our youngest students, that's an important piece of building out the day. But that's one piece of the whole day. So that we have a lot of, thankfully, because of the board's support, we have so many great texts that our K and 1 students are actually able to access independently. And that is our ultimate goal, is how are we building them as independent readers who, and I think Mrs. Akampora said this before, really love learning and love literacy. So there are times where they're independently reading, there are times where they're reinforcing that phonics work that we talked about, and there are times where the teacher is reading to them and asking them questions about comprehension.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions from board members? Okay, thank you for the presentation. It's excellent. We look forward to the next one. I'm sure there'll be an update.
Thank you, everybody.
Enjoy your time with your student who's coming home is Akampora.
I'm not excited at all.
I can tell.
Ms. Glennon, we're happy to move to the Board of Education scheduled meetings for 2024, and we ask that the board take action this evening.
Yes.
So there is a document in your packet.
Yep.
And you will note the 2 meetings per month through the month of June. And then we have a single meeting over the summer, and then back to 2 meetings.
In September.
Yes,
Yep, we have June, July, and August. We have 1 business meeting, and December. And then, but I want to remind everybody, I think that this has been noted before, in June we do have a second meeting. It's a special meeting though. It's not a committee of the whole meeting that's scheduled for the superintendent's evaluation. And in August, the business meeting is scheduled for the 4th Monday versus the 2nd Monday. So we have a nice summer break between the July 8th business meeting and the August 26th business meeting. These are all outlined in our board governance. So, and there's 1 Tuesday meeting because of Memorial Day, right? Memorial Day falls on the creative whole meeting.
Yep.
Do you have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion that the Milford Board of Education approves the Milford Board of Education schedule of meetings in 2024.
Moved by Ms. Petrowski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Doyle. Is there any discussion on the calendar? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Moving on to the next item is the 24-25 academic calendar. It's a first read. Happy to take questions after I go through some of the details. So we typically start before Labor Day. That's our tradition here in Milford Public Schools. So you will see a Wednesday start. It's a full day for all children. We start with 2 days of professional learning. Please know that some of those days are related to teachers setting up in their classrooms. So while it's labeled as professional learning, there's also individual independent time as required by contract to give teachers uninterrupted time to set up classrooms. It also allows us to start the school year with required mandated professional learning, things like mandated reporter for DCF, bloodborne pathogens, the necessary, albeit sometimes dry, trainings. Review of key policies is also part of that. So the professional learning days are full of activities, mandated, some teaching and learning, and some setting up classroom. In the month of September, we have an early dismissal for students. Those are peppered throughout the calendar, allowing us some time to work on things like you heard about today. Time where we can 100% commit that all of our teachers are in attendance. What's interesting is while we will have a great opportunity in June that we are hosting our first literacy conference, it is outside of school time, it's outside of the contracted calendar, so teachers choose to come. And that doesn't allow for us to really ensure coherence and alignment, which has been a priority since my coming on board, is ensuring the capacity and coherence of all of our staff members. So the only guaranteed times we can have all teachers are times that they're on the clock with us. Summertime, like HQI Live, that's by choice, albeit compensated. So the early dismissal Wednesdays allow us to ensure coherent capacity building across a school district. So you'll see those peppered throughout the months, delineated by the empty square. In October, we have scheduled some parent conferences for all 3 levels. In November is Election Day PL. That's historical here in Milford as well as many other school districts. Early dismissal before Thanksgiving is also traditional for us to have, along with a long weekend there. In December, we decided to take the 23rd as a vacation day, albeit we could have school that day. Just know, it's not in anyone's contract that we have to have off. But we didn't think that the 23rd would be a high attendance day for students or staff. So rather than fighting that battle with substitutes and low attendance for children, we thought that should be a vacation day. But of course, that is up to the board to decide. But that is the administration's recommendation. Students would return on January 2nd, as the 1st is a holiday. We have a couple of early dismissal days there for professional learning. Martin Luther King weekend is celebrated there. We have traditionally had a 4-day weekend in February instead of the week-long winter break. That's been there for a long time. In March, you see parent conferences as well. In April, we surveyed our community when I first got here back in 2018-19, and it was overwhelmingly that families and certain members of our stakeholder groups in the community wanted to see us take spring break after Easter instead of including Good Friday. So spring break starts on Good Friday there, that the 18th, and then extends a week after Easter Sunday. And then there, not much more to really talk about. May is the long weekend there. And then we typically have early release days at the end of the school year, where students and staff members have time to close up their classrooms, and then an early dismissal for all staff members on the 10th. Happy to take questions or comments.
I think this is what you just said. In June, the 2 ED days, those are half days for students, full day for staff.
Am I right about
Is that correct? That's correct.
Yes.
Yes.
On the 6th and
The 6th and the 9th. And then the 10th.
And the 10th, everybody gets to go
Everybody
home.
gets, okay.
Is that right, Ms. Capazza?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from board members, comments from board members? Yes, Ms. Irby?
I had to rethink if my question still existed.
It
The
does.
early dismissal days for students are indicated by ED, the circle, and also the square.
And it's a little, I
So
think we might
we
need to
were
clean up the,
The ED and the circle appear to be talking about times when students leave early but teachers stay, not for professional learning, but just stay. We couldn't figure out the distinction between those two key markers. It looks like they're just conferences, but it's not referenced in the key, and what's the distinction between the EDs at the end of the year anyway?
and there's also the triangle.
So the circles are conferences, the triangle is for elementary students only conference.
Yeah, triangles make sense. It's the ED and the circle.
Well, I think the ED is not attached to the conference, so my suggestion would be in the key, for the circles to say early, conference, mention that it's conferences.
Right.
And
That
for
clear
the triangle as well. Early dismissal for elementary school, only for conference, conferences or something, so that it differentiates between the other early dismissals.
Right, because we do want to distinguish the conference dates on here so parents could plan for it, right? So it wouldn't just be ED, it would be.
Right, if you just write
Right.
conference
Con-
under the
that
circle
clears it
part,
up.
we're done.
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay, clarify. That was easy. Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I appreciate that 23rd suggestion that you had there for
I think
December.
lots of people are going to appreciate the 23rd.
That's a win-win, folks.
Yeah, that'd be my favorite suggestion so far. Been here for a hot minute. I like it, so it's good.
You know, when I worked down south, we had 2 full weeks off.
I grew up with those 2 full weeks, so this has been
It's
a little
beautiful.
rough. Yeah.
Yeah, that we wouldn't be coming back until the 6th if this was in South Carolina. But they also have air conditioning for June.
Right, may we have a motion, Ms. Petrowski?
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
not
I'm sorry,
today.
no
Nope.
motion. This is a first reading.
reading.
Sorry, it comes back in, at the January business meeting will be
We're happy to
adopted.
take questions through that or comments, okay?
Right, so if you have any other questions or comments that come up, please let me know. I'll forward them along and then we can take them up at the January business meeting.
So just a question, so the circle and the triangle get the words for conferences? The circle and the triangle, or
I
just?
think we will add conference to both of those.
Yes.
For both of them, I just wanted to, because I heard one, okay.
Be consistent.
Yep.
Okay, so we are moving on to now one of the favorite presentations of the year by board members, and us, of course, too, Mr. Bradbury.
Thank you.
We're happy to share with board members that we take seriously, and as you do through your budget process, the maintenance of our facilities. We know that that's very important to take care of our physical spaces, to keep them first safe and sound, but secondly also so that they are a place where kids can learn best. And Mr. Bradbury and his team, I just want to publicly commend the 24/7 attention you provide our facilities.
Thank you very much.
Always accessible, always available, here all the time. Anytime I'm driving by and stopping in the office, you're here, Mr. Bradbury, and so we appreciate your leadership and the work of your team.
Thank you. It's more of just not having a life. Really what I'm saying. But I'd like to thank everybody for me to give you a few minutes, show you what the department does and what we do all year long. I appreciate the time. And I'm going to zip through this relatively quickly. There's a lot of pictures here.
So, Mr. Bradbury, I just mentioned to board members, you will not, because there are 167 slides, so we did not print them out for you. But there's a chart in your packet summarizing the projects by school and district-wide, okay? So you won't have the pictures, but you do have the chart.
It also differentiates between items that are within our budget and items that are part of the capital improvement plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And there's items, budget, all the different funding and anything we do in-house. I try and get a couple slides in there for that. We're going to go run through the schools, and we're going to start at Captain Meadow. We replaced a playscape last year and a few other things. I'll just go through. This is the K-2 area we installed this summer. That was the finished product there. We did the rooftop.
I got it.
That's what RTU stands for, right?
Rooftop unit, yeah, this is on the administration area. I think that was put on in 1999, so we replaced that this year. This is the hardening project on the front of the building. This project took place this summer also. This is the foundation going in. This is the front glass. This is the blast-resistant frames and glass that goes in. This is what it looks like today from the outside, and this is what it looks like from the inside. So, and that's bullet-resistant glass, and the greeter is there on the left. She has a pass-through that she could speak to everybody that visits the school. Live Oak School, the list that we did there. We updated the kitchen. You see there that wall does not go all the way to the floor. We replaced this whole unit, and we put a full pass-through in there. So they have full accessibility to pull the equipment out. They pulled their serving line out through here. We did a full asbestos abatement, removed all the floor tile in the kitchen area, and in the back storage area, replaced all this and put new storage racks in for them. And this is what it looks like today. New floor, new ceiling, new lighting, LED. And this is what that door does for them. It helps them extend their food service line out into the caf so they can serve the students a little quicker. New dumpster pad at the school. Some don't find that exciting. That's a big thing for us. This is our access to all of our tunnels. All the tunnels in all the schools have tunnels that go around them. They're about 4 foot high by 4 foot wide. They're full of piping. This area is rotted out, and we have several of them. We've replaced most of them already. And this was done in-house with our own staff. So a couple of our new carpenters did that for us this summer. Excellent, excellent employees. This is along the property line. We had some trees that were overhanging that house there on the left. So we worked with the city as a partner, and we were able to tag some of these trees and get them off the property line. We've since done a little bit more further down to the next road there. This is their hardening project, foundation going in. This is the inside, same thing. Greeter section is on the right. And that's the front entryway, handicap accessible, and with the ballards for the front door. This was a project popped up 2 weeks ago. That door over there, you see the piping on the far right of that screen was all collapsed, so we replaced that the other day. Matthewson School. A couple floor tiles. We did 2 rooms with a new floor tile in there for them. Non-asbestos abatement. We changed out some of their old mini blinds that were here. They get damaged during the year. We end up putting in these roller shades, which seem to work a little better. This is a very exciting picture here. This is the boiler in the Matheson School. Part of our maintenance, we had a leak on this during the year. We had to open up this boiler, take 2 sections, and re-gasket it. We have Tucker Mechanical that helps us with that work. The playscape at Matheson School, this was the original. This is what went in, and then we replaced it with this new, updated. We're kind of going with all these new colors and canopies and climbing apparatus to get more kids on there. This is the back playscape at Matheson School. This is like their K-2 area, so that for the smaller kids to climb around with. We have some musical instruments in there also. Meadowside, we're doing the same thing. Here, we have the Robert Treat apartments are behind our school there, and we had to replace this little bridge. It's a sidewalk that was damaged through the storm, so we ended up putting a new sidewalk in, some new piping. We installed new handicap accessible doorways in the back. It just helps with getting kids in and out easier. We did it on all the back doors there. This is another one over there, so they're pretty well set. And this is their new playscape. This is how it sits today. They're not quite done. I should get the 5-bar in. I'm hoping next week. I have a little more drainage to do. Orange Avenue, not a lot there. We had office rooftop unit replaced. Let me back that up. And parking lot striping. We do that at all the schools, and we're constantly doing tree work. We're always cutting back branches. We have neighbors, and we're trying to be good neighbors to everybody we can. And so we're constantly doing that. Orchard Hills, large project at Orchard Hills. We reconfigured the parking lot. This is before. This is about 6 weeks before school started. A lot of infrastructure repair, catch basin tops. This is what it looks like today from the Marino Drive to the back end of the bus exit. This is looking towards Marino Drive. This is the binder course going down. I mean, our window is so tight during the summer, it has to be scheduled, and there's really not a lot of time to mess up. This is the back. This is before we added about another 20 spots towards Jerome Lane. You'll see that there. That pushes it back to add more parking for parent events. This is before. This is after. You see the little gate that we have there. That we have added 2 entrances here, one for the buses, one for the parents. It helps separate the parents and the buses as drop off and delivery. Once the buses are out of here, that gate will go up, and now we have a longer spot for queuing so the parents can get in and out a little quicker. This is the parent before, this is after, and this is just the top coat going down. This is the bus, this is the parent entry lane. This is 2-way traffic coming in on the one side, and that is the bus lane coming in, all new aprons, new asphalt. This is part of what we do when we're doing the rooftop replacement. We'll hire the crane, and we'll do this in-house. I think we did 5 or 6 units on our own this year. We've done up to 30. This is the administration area. Pumpkin Delight. We obviously have a major renovation going on at Pumpkin Delight. A lot of work going on there. We should be wrapping that project up this summer, so it'll be 100% functional for the start of school next year. For anybody that's not sure, Pumpkin Delight, this is the courtyard area. This is where the addition begins. It connects these 2 wings of the school with the gymnasium. This is just the foundations going in, the walls going up. This is inside. This is going to be a rather large gymnasium when we're all set. This is part of the ongoing work that's going on at Pumpkin Delight, where a lot of ledge removal over there. They still have about 2 more feet to go on this picture here to get down to grade so we get all the drainage in. This is what I looked like in August. This was probably the east wing. We demoed the ceiling in there to get ready for ceilings and all the mechanicals that have to go into the ceiling. This is the 2nd floor for demo. This is our bathrooms. What we did is we got 6 new bathrooms into the facility. We did 4 in the front, 2 in the back. Had to replace all the plumbing in the floor. This is what it looks like when it's pretty well ready to go. Floor's back in, and this is the material they put in. These are on the west side bathrooms. That's the girls' bathroom. Front foyer. This is midsummer. This is where the greeter sits. The front doors. They're actually adding a security vestibule out in front of this, which will be blast-resistant frames, bulletproof glass. This is what it looks like today. Still, the door and frames aren't in yet for that piece. This is the new gym. This is where we are. This was about a week ago, so we're getting close in there. This is a new kitchen. They got a full new kitchen in there with walk-in freezer and cooler. This is an in-house project. We tiled the bathroom, nurse's bathroom floor and the office floor. What you see there is the center of that picture is glass block. This was another maintenance project. We removed that glass block and awning window and replaced it with a new storefront. It's part of our own budget. East Shore, just mostly repairs at each floor. These are the Dakin units. This is the VRF system that does the front administration area. We have 2 compressors in this. Cafeteria unit, same thing. We have some repairs to do on that, and it's a 2013 unit. Harborside, a little gutter cleaning here. We don't do this every year, but we do get a lot of debris up there. We had to send a bucket truck in to get that clean. This is the rooftop of the media center, and there's 4 units up there that service the media center and the cafeteria. We were able to replace all the units and the roof and add air conditioning to the cafeteria. One of the problems with COVID is long lead items. We had to rent this unit to heat the cafeteria last winter, but that unit's all been set, and that's what we look like today with all new equipment on the roof there. We're in great shape there. This is some grounds work. This is out by the basketball court, and we had to replace some of the sidewalk. There's some trip hazards here, and at one point, when the money becomes available, we'll be doing new basketball court paving out there. Get some new stair treads, constantly wearing out. We replace all these. Not a lot at the academy, project-wise. New blinds for all the doors in the classrooms to give them some privacy. Foreign High School. A lot of projects, a lot of athletic money we did here. This is the cooler project in the kitchen. This was an original piece of equipment from 1973. Walk-in cooler and freezer. So we demoed this. We had to, you can see how the walls go through the floor. We had to patch all that in, raise the cooler side, and then they drop in this modular piece of equipment, all insulated. And this is the rooftops of the old condensing units up there that were just laying on the roof, and we ended up putting new curbs and structures in so they're properly anchored. And that's what it looks like today. This is part of HVAC renovation. We did a new pool unit and a new locker room unit over at the school. The new seismic curbs that go in. This is what it looks like today. That's from the top. But these two units, one does the pool. That pool unit runs 24/7 to keep the air dry enough and take the chlorine out of the air. This is boiler number 3. This does our domestic hot water and heats our pool. This needs to be replaced. This is on the roof now. We're up on the roof. This is the solar, an old solar panel array that was removed to do the roof. This is what our parking lot looked like. I think about a week after Dr. Kataya had her HQI up there.
No, it was during that.
And, yeah, it was close. And Silktown Roofing did our job up at Foreign High School. Awesome job. They brought the crews in and got it done for us. What you see the masons doing here, they're actually putting new through-wall flashing in through the walls. And that's what it looks like up there now. We were able to get some new ladders so the maintenance people can get to all the different sections of roof. And this is just an aerial shot of Foreign High School from the baseball side of the property. And everything that's in the bright white is what was removed and replaced this summer. And this is just from Foreign Road. As you pull into the school, this is just that angle. This is the new entrance to the football field. This is our start of this project. We have some new piers going in for the gates and those pads you see there for the ticket booths. This is the brick pavers. Everything is brick pavered from French Drive right to the football field. These are the gates. That's the Danny Watson flagpole. Vito DeVito Sports Complex. This is the new tool shed that we had to put in up there. We're putting this to the back side of the pool. This is for all the equipment that we have up Foreign. We have a lot of snow equipment, lawn equipment, and we have to move. The shed that we are using up at Foreign is a vintage 1973 steel building that is no longer secure. But this is what we have today. And that blue building right down there to the left at the bottom of that lift is what we replaced, why we replaced it. This is the football field. We had a grant from UI, or incentive from UI, I should say, to replace all the football field lighting with LED lighting. And this is what it looks like on the field. Did help us out. It did brighten up the entire field. It was a nice area. We did replace the warning track on the baseball field. We just had to regrade and add some stone dust to that. This is the cooling tower. We needed to put a new grate in here. That ladder goes down to just an I-beam. We ended up putting this grate in to help the mechanics get in and out of the equipment a little safer. They have to add a few guardrails after that. Air separator for the domestic hot water. This is at Foreign. This is one of those 2 o'clock in the morning calls if something's not working and this thing failed. It actually sprung a leak. We replaced it. And these are part of the drives that run the pumps and the whole piece, and they got sprayed with water, so we had to replace those also. But they were 15 years old. Part of our normal summer maintenance, this is just one of our big OSMY valves over the boilers that controls the steam going in and out of the building. We repack that. We did the boiler drains underneath. These are the two big Cleaver Brooks boilers that we have up at Foreign. These are the blow-down valves. This is just a float assembly that was replaced. This is the safety. You see that middle line in there. If the water gets below that, it'll automatically shut that boiler down for safety. This is just a rooftop. We had to replace a drive on that over the summer from just old age. Jonathan Law, we did we had to do some drainage here. This is the pathway down to the field. We had to add some drainage left and right of there to help with that. They also got new lighting at their football field, new LED lighting. Track, we redid the track just as we did Foreign's track last year. We did Law's track this year. It's kind of almost a year project. We started in the summer or in the winter, right as soon as everybody got out. We started doing the curbing around the track area. And you see that curb there, that's what the fence will end up sitting in. We did a new plaza in front of the home side bleachers. It was cracked and worn, and we wanted to get that a little safer. Had to add a retaining wall. There was just regular concrete block that went around there. We added some decorative block to hold back the bank. And this is part of the drainage project for that, and that's the black fabric fence that goes on there. This is after the track's been reclaimed. They come in and just as they pave any road, they reclaim the first 2 inches and they repave the top of it. We also did the pole vault, high jump, and the long jump areas. This is as they're prepping the track. You see they have to cover everything up, fence, field, and then they have a black and gold track down at Law. And it's really, I don't know if you have a chance to take a look at it. They really did a nice job. This is also Law. We had 4 classrooms in the 1991 edition that were working on unit ventilators. You see those 2 little spots below the windows. They were in need of repair, so we ended up pulling those units out and putting in 2 rooftop units for the 4 classrooms. Not only we had a new ductwork, and that gave me the opportunity to give them air conditioning also. So now I have 4 more rooms that have air conditioning at Law. This is an in-house. This is part of having our buildings. This is the piping repair we had to do. A steam leak. That pipe was rotted, so we ended up having the spool piece put in. But we did that with a local welder. This is in-house project. Those 2 big red butterfly valves that controls the hot water that does all the heat for the 91 area in the front office. This is just a piping repair. That's like a 2-inch domestic hot water line that feeds the back of the domestic tank. Our guys did that for us. And this is the last one. This is just one more rooftop unit that we did at room 137 at Law. Just another piece of equipment that had to be replaced. And that is all I have for you. But I have a great crew. You guys are very generous to us on the work that we can get done. We have a new project coordinator that helps us get these projects done. You know, we can get them lined up, and he follows them through. We have an excellent maintenance staff, and I'd be in trouble if I didn't say that Patty Rutherford is the girl in the office that makes this all go. She puts it all together for us. So, well, with that, if you have any questions.
We're happy that we can keep you busy.
Yeah.
Questions for Mr. Bradbury? Yes, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, quick question, and
Yes.
Forgive me for asking something that I probably would know if this wasn't my first meeting, but how do you decide what you do in-house versus like a contractor versus going out to bid?
We do. I try and do as much in-house as we possibly can. If it's a repair that's going to take us longer than a couple of days, or I think somebody could get hurt, then I bring in an outside contractor. But if it's something we usually try and get our eyes on it, figure out what's going on, and then we kind of in-house, what do we want to do here? We want to try this, or do we want to get somebody? Because we have contractors that can come in and do it. And I can't afford to lose any more people.
Yeah.
So that's part of it.
And then the contractors, do you have a relationship with them, or do you have to put out to public bid, or how does that usually work?
Depending on the amount of the size of the project, most of them are smaller, so I can just get a few prices from them and figure out where we're going to be at. Some of the equipment is specialized,
right,
and it's kind of they own a piece of it, so I'm short on where I can go to get it repaired.
makes sense. And then is there, what's like roughly the threshold where you go out to bid is like?
Well, anything over 25,000, I have to go out to bid for.
Okay.
So we try and do it that way.
Perfect, thank you.
Ms. Petrowski?
First, again, I love these presentations.
Anytime.
And having seen some of this like live is, it's very impressive what your team does, so thank you. I just wanted to clarify for Harborside, none of these projects were on insurance. We've totally depleted all the insurance now, correct?
Insurance?
After the flooding.
From the flooding?
No, none of these are insurance. That's all
Right, so
done.
that's totally gone.
Done.
Okay, just wanted to.
Totally done.
Just wanted to verify that.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Boynton?
I'd like to reiterate the comments about how amazing you and your staff are, and I think our athletic fields absolutely have just taken another step up and look remarkable. Just a quick question, how many of our school entryways have the bulletproof glass?
The last one to be done will be Pumpkin Delight.
And then all of them will be
That's it. That's the last one.
fabulous. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? I saw Ms. Preet?
Yeah, really just a comment. Even over the last 6 years, 2018, the baseball, softball at both high schools, I always remember going with my daughter and the Daniel Hands of the world and the Checkers of the world, right? And you're just so professional and so neat and tidy, and everything that's been done, I just truly appreciate it. It's beautiful. They're all beautiful.
Thank you. We have a great staff, so thank you very much.
Other questions? Mr. Bradbury? Ms. Irby?
You mentioned that the solar panels on Foreign were removed.
Correct.
Were they
They're going to be
replaced?
replaced. There's another array coming in to replace those.
So that made me wonder, do we have solar panels on, like, all of them?
All. There's, every roof that was eligible to get one, at one point has them on there, so we'll probably take a little bit of form at some point with Mr. Brennan, once we realize, where those numbers should be.
Yes, Ms. Mahler?
This is great, this is fun. This is cool to see some of the stuff coming through. Quick question for you on a couple of the items you talked about, they were long lead projects. Are those projects can obviously be standard long lead items, or did you get caught up in supply chain issues over the past few years that meant COVID grant funding forced you into a long lead situation and it's just now being reflected in these charts?
Well, COVID changed everything for us and for anybody that's ordering it. We have equipment coming from Pumpkin Delight that's 2 years we're gonna wait for it. 18 months for switchgear, so fire pump, I think just arrived, the generator's coming in. I mean, this is stuff that was ordered a year plus ago. And it's unheard of. So it's getting better, but it's harder to be prepared when it takes so long to get some of these parts.
Okay, so these are not standard long lead projects, these are just the same mess everyone else is dealing with.
Same mess,
and doing the same
yeah,
kind of
same,
things.
yeah.
So is it accurate then, or am I making an illogical leap? And anyone feel free to tell me that here. I know you will. With some of the long lead projects that are coming into being now that are reflected in here, is it accurate to say that those costs are being borne now as part of the cumulative amount that is in these charts? Or are those costs that were let previously when you initiated those purchases and they're just now getting done and executed, so they're in here now? Does that make sense? Is this the total amount that has been spent in this window of time? Or was some of this money spent 2 years ago and you've just been waiting to do it?
Indicate the budget year, so the budget year where the money's coming out.
No, sure, but sometimes with long lead items, they can be purchased previously, but they don't actually go into a,
Most of this
seen it
report-
done different ways in different budgets, just seeing how we do it here.
Well, some of the CIP, like the Pumpkin Delay project, that's a 2-year project, so that was bought out
Sure,
early.
sure.
And the smaller stuff that's on that list, playscapes, a couple $100,000, that was all
Yeah.
more of this year's money. It wasn't purchased prior to that.
Okay.
Pumpkin Delay, the money for the roofing was put in place a while ago, but, those are the longer lead items, but we
Okay,
should be good with that. Everything in there has been done.
okay, thanks.
Sure.
Other questions?
One down here.
Yes, Ms. Doyle?
Thank you. As everyone said, schools look fantastic. It's nice to see. one thing we always come up with this question every year is budget. Because we have the budget of where we allocate at the starting of the year, and then we move funds accordingly as things go. You've done a lot. Are you at capacity of what you can do?
I've done more.
Okay. Thank you.
Good answer.
Thank you.
We'll have more of that conversation in January, Ms. Doyle.
Yes.
Other questions for Mr. Bradbury?
Ms.
Seeing
Glenn,
none?
if may I just
Yes, oh,
mention something
absolutely,
quickly about
yeah.
our facilities department? I just wanted to jump in really quick. So I just wanted to reiterate Dr. Kataya's and many of the board members' sentiments about Mr. Bradbury and his team and all the hard work they do. With the number of sites we have and the size of our grounds, it's really quite the undertaking, and he really makes it look seamless and effortless. But we know that that's not the case, that it really is a 24/7 type position. So Mr. Bradbury, your personal efforts to make sure that the buildings and grounds help them look as great as they possibly can, we really appreciate that, and just want to thank you personally for all your hard work and efforts.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Ditto. Thank you. Until next year.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bradbury.
Thank you.
Board members will move on to the disbursement report with Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Dr. Kataya, Ms. Glennon, members of the board. In your package, you have a list of all the district's disbursements for the amount of $1,500 for the month of November. At this time, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
So board members, this is the listing as was explained of the all expenditures over $1,500. A lot of the items are repetitive, items that are made throughout the course of the year several times. You'll see a lot of repetition as the months go on. So, are there any questions? Ms. Petrosky.
On page 15, account 4200, the second line, which is the planetarium maintenance. Is that a recurring annual?
Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry, page 15, account number 4200, the second line down, which is the planetarium maintenance.
It's about
924?
It's about 2/3 of the way down the
Yeah.
list.
Yes, so the planetarium maintenance, yes. So typically, there is some maintenance that goes into it that may be, I don't have the specific answer about if that's a yearly maintenance, but that is maintenance that was done this year so that we can have it functioning and ready to go.
Okay.
Can you get us a little bit more information about that?
Absolutely.
Because I think the planetarium is relatively new.
It's new, yes.
Right.
Yes, it was recompleted, and that maintenance would keep it up to pace and make sure that it's
Okay. All right, so you'll get us some more information on that. Any other questions from board members? You have another one, Ms.
I
Petrosky?
do, I'm sorry. On page 16, again, almost towards the bottom, the special, it's the 233913. I see that the two students, I have an April 2022 and a May 2023. Is that just a typo, or did we get a bill that late?
233913, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just toward the bottom. The first 5600 series?
Yes.
This one.
A typo?
Capital Prep Harbor School.
Okay.
We received a bill that was.
April 23.
that
An old
came-
bill?
An old bill, yes.
It was an old bill, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Seeing none, we can move on to the next item.
Thank you, board members. And we also have an annual talent management development report. This normally would have happened in November, but we're having it tonight. And so Ms. Capazza is with us to give us the annual report.
And I apologize, I was sick last month, so we will get started. Thank you, Dr. Kataya, thank you, Chairperson Glennon, and members of the board. So I am here tonight to speak to you about talent management and development. You have my annual report, which has a ton of information, and facts and figures about the services we provided to the district over the year. These are the transactional items, which are of course very important and needed in any organization. But I wanted to pause on the slideshow before we get started and start by telling you more about what is behind the report, what is behind these slides, and as the people department in the Milford Public Schools. We're the first and the last stop in an employee's life journey with the Milford Public Schools. It starts and ends with us, with our services and our help and our assistance, and with our unwavering support along the way, along the journey. I just want to tell you what this entails, what this really looks like and feels like from a personal level and from having done this for so many years. The relationship framework, one of the district's core priorities. This is taped to the side of my computer just to remind me each and every day of some of our values. Express care, challenge growth, provide support, share power, and expand possibilities. I live this every day, and this is what it is all about when it comes to the human capital within our district, which are our employees. This is where it starts and ends with me, the relationships, the life journey of an employee, and all this entails. Think about that. I have the great privilege of getting to know a new employee first, whether that be meeting them at a job fair, during the course of an interview, or when they come into our office to be fingerprinted or have their picture taken for their new employee badge. I have the privilege of making a job offer to a fresh out of college teacher and handing them their first ever employee contract. What an honor. I have the privilege of helping someone with their questions upon finding out that they are expecting their first child or buying their first home. Nice, right? I have the privilege of listening, advising, and showing empathy and understanding, to the employee who has just received life-threatening news, or who has to suddenly take care of an aging parent, or who has just lost a loved one. I have the privilege of shaking the hand of a teacher who has just informed me of his or her retirement after educating our students for the past 35 years. How lucky am I? I have had all these great privileges and more, supporting and helping people navigate their life journey here in the Milford Public Schools. I think I have the best job in the world, but you're not going to see this in the report. You're not going to see this in the numbers or the slides. This is who and what we are all about, though, in talent management and development. It is important for you to understand this and have this background context when you think of our department. We are trusted, we are the heart and soul of the district, and we love this part of our story. So, okay. New look, new name. As you know, many of you know, we started out as human resources. Many years before that, personnel, and now we are talent management and development. We are the people department. We are here in service to our employees who are here in service to our students. Our main focus areas are talent acquisition, talent development, and talent retention. We are extremely committed to attracting, developing, and retaining the top talent for the students here in Milford. And creating and maintaining a positive and supportive work environment is our #1 goal. Our mission statement. While the personnel or HR department of yesteryear was a much more compliance-driven department, this is our new philosophy on TMD. We are approaching this much more holistically. We are about the life cycle or the life journey of the employee. We make ourselves the critical department that supports the start and the end of an employee's career. We help them get their start and help them grow along the way into the professional that they envisioned for themselves. Our team. We've been very busy moving folks around to better maximize our resources and skill sets with a couple of retirements. So with cross-training as a large focus and a benefit, you can see on the second to last page, I think it is, of my annual report, we are getting there. In this picture, clockwise from the upper left, we have Bethany Freeman, who's our department secretary. She started with us, I think, in June or July. Heather Petrie, who's the talent management and development coordinator. She moved over from the secretarial job to that position. Dina Tantamonaco, who's our benefits secretary on the far right upper corner. And then Diana Daniels, who just joined us as our new benefits supervisor in October, I believe. And then Angela Intellisano on the bottom left, our talent acquisition specialist. Customer care and going above and beyond is our daily goal. With these folks, we're doing a good job as far as I'm concerned. You will have only one shot at making a first impression. And we strive to make all of our customers, whether it be an applicant or a new employee, get the best first impression of the Milford Public Schools. This picture is almost complete. As you know, we have recently hired a new employee for our department, and I'd like to update you on that now. Okay, our new Associate Director of Talent Management and Development, Dr. Julie Luby. I am pleased to announce that she will be joining the team on January 2nd in 3 short weeks. Julie brings to us a wealth of experience, having served in various capacities in the past, including the roles of teacher and principal, amongst other titles. I can't wait to partner with her on our immediate priorities, which include developing the district's diversity plan, along with the help of Dr. Arteri and others, creating intentional plans to address minority recruitment, such as attending minority teacher recruitment fairs, continuing the work of the TRP, which is the Teacher in Residence program, and other equity initiatives, retention and recognition work and initiatives, and down the line, creating more opportunities for leadership development for our employees. I will keep you posted on some of the work of this in the future, but we're very excited that she's coming on board. And I'll hopefully have an opportunity to bring her to a meeting. Just didn't want to take her out this late. Okay. With the cost of talent making up about 76, maybe even more % of our budget, we must do our very best to ensure that our employees' needs are being met. The needs can be quite different for each employee, depending on their job in the district and at what point in the life journey they are in. We aim to provide personalized service to all. Employees need to feel welcomed, seen, valued, and that they belong and are appreciated. Back to some numbers, which you can find many of them in the annual report. But you can see from a two-dimensional perspective that we are super busy getting people hired and on board. This does take a lot of our time, but to get it done and to do it right, that's just part of the work. And every day we're working on this. So some pretty intense numbers there. 3,449 applications submitted and evaluated this year. 264 new employees hired, and 3,800, these are like anytime there's a transaction with payroll, a move, a change in salary, there's one of these things that we call PANs, payroll action notices, and we hired 57 new teachers. So more on our new teachers a little later. As you can imagine, recruitment is the first step. And it's super important, obviously, and because the Milford Public Schools collectively are doing such a great job, we are the employer of choice for many educators in the area. I cannot tell you how many times in the course of meeting and hiring teachers, I have heard comments such as, I have heard so many good things about the schools and educators in Milford, or I have always had Milford on my radar and have been waiting for this opportunity to apply and get hired. Things like this. And this is one of the reasons why we have somewhat been insulated to the teacher shortage. And I hate to even say that out loud. You know, I read articles, New Haven, Bridgeport, I can't even tell you how many teacher openings they have. Right now we have 3. And I think that's pretty good. And I do believe it's because of our reputation and just how great of a job we all do. Okay. Onboarding is a very important role in our function. We onboard every employee with a huge packet of information, and some of you know that, right? Some of you who are recent hires know how much paperwork there is, as well as through answering the myriad of questions along the way. Our schools and departments then continue to onboard once an employee starts. So it's kind of a never-ending process, as it should be. For teachers, each summer we have a formal onboarding program called Milford Teacher Academy. This year we hired 57 new teachers who came through this program, representing 22 distinct certification areas And these teachers come to us, and this was kind of interesting to look this up, but from 26 different towns and cities in Connecticut. As far away as Lisbon, Connecticut, if anyone of you know where that is, up near the casinos that way. And as close by as the teachers in Milford who we hired who can literally walk to their work, to their school. And 19 of these new teachers do live here in Milford. Part of the MTA, which took place right before the school year, you can see a visual of some of the items that were covered during this program. The best part about the program is the opportunities that come up for relationship building, both from our leaders getting to know the new teachers and for new teachers to get to know each other. They get to know all the teachers in their new building, in their new school, as well as all the teachers in their department. So if they're a math teacher, they'll meet all the other new math teachers in the district. So it's super valuable to have that face-to-face time with a large group like that. And it does start the year out wonderfully for our new folks. Part of MTA is One Day for Day One. Many of you are familiar with it. It's definitely the highlight of the 3-day program. I participated in this past year and can tell you it was a huge hit. I know we talked about it in one of our meetings. It was at the Beardsley Zoo. And again, another great relationship and team building experience. And I think it really helps with our efforts to kind of wow these new teachers and look at this district and look what I've gotten myself into. They have great comments and great feedback after this day. When we talk about relationship building, we don't just talk the talk, we walk the walk, and I think that's noticed and appreciated, you know, from the sounds of the comments of new teachers after this. So that's a great thing that we do. And then these are just some comments, speaking of appreciation, of what our new teachers have said to me within the first month or so of their life journey with us. It's just heartwarming to see how happy they are, and it makes us feel good, like we did what we were supposed to. And just love to see the feedback, and we feel it's the beginning of a great future for each and every one of them. Good stuff. Convocation kicks off the school year and sees everyone coming in rested, rejuvenated, and ready to go. We recognize the new teachers on this day as well. We put their names and pictures up on a screen for everyone. The people from the schools that they're in cheer as loud as they can, try to make it a little competitive. We also recognize our staff members who have hit milestone anniversaries for their many years of service, which is another great hit. Got a lot of standing ovations for that. This is the type of recognition that I personally would like to see us expand upon in the future. So that's one of our goals, to try to bring more recognition, because it's the little things that people are truly appreciative of. HQI, you've heard a lot about that. Season 4 was another huge hit this summer. The district-wide training on what good and effective teaching looks like is not only a great learning experience for participants, but it is also a great leadership experience for those who apply and are chosen to lead some of these sessions. The buzz leading up to and following the annual training is electric for sure, and it's an example of how we can continue to grow and develop our talent within the district. End of year celebration. Our teacher, para, and parent of the year program is by far our best recognition program in the district, and is a great way to recognize and celebrate those in support of our students and their learning here in Milford. We appreciate all of our staff and hope, again, to create more opportunities like this in the future. And lastly, as mentioned before, we do have a lot on tap, a lot of plans and priorities to work on in the future, and we are excited to forge ahead. I want to close by saying that I am proud of our accomplishments over the past year, and that we look forward to continuing to build a strong and talented workforce for our schools and students. And lastly, I just wanted to share a few quotes, a few experts from letters of our retiring teachers from this past year. They have said, and I quote, "The past 32 years of teaching in Milford have given me countless memories that will forever make me smile." Another one said, "This journey has been fulfilling and rewarding in too many ways to possibly mention." Another one, "It has been an honor and a privilege to be a Milford teacher. This experience has touched my heart." And lastly, another one said, "It has been an honor and a pleasure to be a part of such a wonderful, caring community." These words are a testament to our district and to the people here. We are doing things very well here in Milford, and I have the great privilege to witness this and be a small part of these teachers and other employees' life journeys. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Kapasna on the annual report, Ms. Doyle?
Thank you for the report. I am close friends with one of the new hires who's a teacher, and she is very excited to be in the district and comes from another district and was impressed with the onboarding procedures and the one first, I'm gonna get the day wrong.
One day for day one.
Yes,
Yeah.
that day.
Excellent.
One thing we've been talking about is more educator diversity and things like that. One thing we've been focusing on certain lenses. One thing we haven't talked about is male-female ratio so much. Where we kind of stand currently.
Okay, that is part of our diversity initiatives. Obviously, diversity can look like many things, whether it's male, female, religion, race, etc. So that will be part of our district plan, the diversity plan.
Okay. And so is there kind of a split of the number of male teachers who are in the high school compared to elementary schools? Just spent a lot of time recently reading about this kind of crisis in education, especially with lack of male teachers and need for male role models for male students. And I think that's an area where we sometimes forget about.
Yeah.
And as a woman who came through education, I am always excited about focus on women, but I think we have to remember that we look at absenteeism or expulsions or things like that, our male children need
absolutely
support in that way.
I don't have the exact breakdown of what that looks like, but definitely if you walk around our elementary schools, you can see that the number of males in our elementary schools is much lower. So it is something to be aware of and to work towards different goals to increase those numbers.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. It's exciting to hear that people are excited to work here and that we haven't had some of the challenges that other districts have. Just calibrating myself. So each year I know is different, but like, is 57 new hires normal, high, or low per year? Or how does that work?
Good question. So it's, let me think about this. It's probably a little higher, average to a little bit higher than average.
Okay.
I know a few years back we had like 68, which was extremely high. If we have 40 to 50, that would be more normal, maybe 45, 50. So
Okay.
it's just slightly over normal,
Thank
would
you.
be my guess.
Ms. Boynton?
Excellent report. Thank you, Ms. Kapasna.
It's tough to follow Mr. Bradbury.
He's a hard act to
Yep,
follow.
that's right.
I know that, if I'm remembering correctly, in last year's report, we were talking about all of our paper records that fill up a big room plus, and the quest to start making them electronic. I know I believe there were budget issues this year. Were we able to take any steps toward electronic
Yes.
records?
So we had to cut some of our budget, but we still were able to get a big chunk of it done. We also were able to, these two closets here had former employee files in them, and we were able to purge a lot of them because you only have to keep personnel records for 30 years after somebody has left. So believe it or not, we had many files that were much older than that. And I was telling Dr. Kataya, we saved some of them just to archive them because they were so very interesting, the way that schools looked and how we recruited back in the day. So it was pretty interesting. But yeah, so we were able to get a lot of, a good chunk of them done, and then we're planning on this year getting more. And we're almost there.
Terrific.
Yeah. It's a space saver for sure. And so much more efficient, right? If you're looking up a file, just go on the computer rather than go to a room and hope that it's in alphabetical order.
Ms. Petrosky?
On the finding talent and retaining talent, are you hearing comments about the professional learning opportunities that we offer? Is that something that is seen in a positive light? Do recruits know that? Is that a known thing about our district?
Yeah, I can't really answer that to perfection, but I do know that they feel that there is plenty of opportunity. They feel that they're prepared, after the first year, that they've gotten what they need as far as professional learning go. They can always ask for more, which is always great. We give them support in many other ways. other than just through the Wednesday meetings and the formal PD days. So there is other opportunities besides that, that's individualized to each person, which is nice.
Okay, by the way, great presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Capaz and I have talked about when we onboard Dr. Lupi that could free Ms. Capazna up to go and do some first-year interviews with teachers. To go and check in with first-year or non-tenured teachers to ask those questions. What's working for you? What do you need more of? So we're hoping to, I think, incorporate some of that as we move forward.
Okay. It seemed like some of the comments sort of skirted around it, so I just was wondering if there was anything specific.
Ms. Doyle?
I'm excited that you were able to hire Dr. Lumby, I think her name is. In that same area of the finding talent, do you think that there's a need for budget in terms of marketing to, like, direct market in terms of certain ads, targeted ads to geofencing in like Quinnipiac or Yukon or Southern or things like that that occur?
Yeah, I think we can do a little bit more in that area. I don't know that we need, a
Right.
marketing budget, because I think we can do it with what we have.
Right.
Increasing the amount of job fairs that we go to, and getting our name and our brand out there, and showing up in person, I think will help a lot, which we do some of, but we just don't have the resources, the manpower really, to do that. And people are coming to us, but I don't think we can rely on that, because again, with minority teacher recruitment, we need to get out there rather than wait for people to come to us.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that was one of the intentions of hiring the additional.
Yep.
Is your hand up?
It is.
Ms. Mahler?
It's not very high, but it's up. It's late. I'll wave it.
Is your,
I'll tap on the table. A couple of quick questions. One, building off of that, just I think a little bit more generally, how much of the recruitment outreach, there's obviously a lot of different objectives you have, increasing the diversity, that's taking you in a lot of different directions than what you maybe have traditionally gone in. How much of that is being integrated with some of the digital and communication work done here with the school? To a little bit of Megan's question as well, of how much are we leveraging that existing infrastructure to help in that outreach? So it's not just you physically having to go to a job fair every single week where you go, we can actually amplify you and your team even further with existing resources that can be used in that way.
Okay.
Is that a piece?
We've done some of that. We've worked on a piece where we have a QR code for people to get right to our job openings. We have a Facebook page. We have X account, I guess it's called now, that really we've used, but we could probably use more and use better.
And more of a sort of a proactive outreach kind of way instead of just a landing page kind of way. Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to see on our website us having a special area, not only for people that we're looking to hire, but for our current employees to get kind of their commonly asked questions answered, and kind of a resource page.
Okay, great.
I think what's behind that is trying to understand what 20-somethings, how they seek employment compared to what we're used to.
Yep.
So the landing page concept and waiting for them to come to us, I think that those are just mindset shifts that we have to make. And so to try to put on the mind of how would a freshly graduated college student be seeking employment, I think is something that we need to entertain a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that was a piece that was kind of standing out a little bit. There's a lot there in that, how do you drive them to that page? In that strategic driving area as well, that would be interesting to see more in the future plans too. But another question, the diversity plan that you talked about, what's the timeline on that?
So that is a state requirement that all districts are having to do. Great idea anyway, but it's very prescribed as to what we need to do. And we have to submit that to the state by the end of March, middle of March, and then it has to be, if it comes back to us, it has to be finally sent in again, I think sometime over the summer.
Okay.
So it is a quick, let's get to it right away, pretty soon.
And they're having guidance meetings in January to give us plenty of time to work on it.
Yeah, I'm going to one this Friday, so.
Speaking of the state, so the T-Val plan that has to be developed for 24-25. So T-Val is the teacher evaluation plan. Does that be, so I know it has to go through several steps. It has phases, it has to go to the state, they have to approve it. I think the board has to approve it at some point as well. So does that all have to be done by 24-25, or does it have to be developed and into the state for
I think it all has to be done, but you, go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so it's a consensus process that occurs through the PDEC committee.
Yeah.
So they formed consensus, then we bring it to you as the Board of Education to review, vote on it as your agreement that that's the plan that we're gonna utilize to support the professional growth of our educators, and then once we have the Board of Education's approval, we'll work on submitting that to the Connecticut State Department of Ed's Talent Management Office for their finalized approval. So, yes, the plan right now is pending, there's no changes to any of the legislative requirements, a July 1st, 2024 launch date.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And we
So-
had our first meeting of PDEC last
Yes.
week, and it was a great meeting, so
Right, I
we're on
know
our
that
way.
was mentioned in the update,
Yep.
so, okay. Any other, Ms. Preet?
A comment and a question. I can attest to the onboarding when I was substituting. Just great experience all around. Seamless, you know, Angela and Carol at the time. And when I did go into substitute, it was K-5 mostly. The support, you know, just, the teacher in the room next door would immediately come in, you know, and whatever you need, you know, so it was just a wonderful experience, it really was. And unfortunately, I got a phone call on the Friday before I was sworn in. I couldn't make it, I had to work my other job, so, yeah, that was unfortunate, but, great experience, your team does a great job. One day for day one, is that strictly now just for new hires?
No,
Because it used to
it's
be,
not.
okay,
Yeah,
good, okay.
it's
gotcha.
open to everybody
Okay,
in the
great,
district,
good,
yeah.
good, yeah.
Which is nice too, again, to build relationships with existing employees, new teachers.
Yep.
Camaraderie, it's great.
And then one more question in your report, you had 43 teacher resignations this year, a bit higher than usual.
Correct.
What do you think that might have been driven by, and/or are we capturing anything when they are leaving to kind of understand, you know, where maybe we can, you know, improve, or what that might be?
Yeah, so I think, you know, resignations will kind of vary from year to year for many different reasons. People move out of state, their husbands or wives get jobs elsewhere. Sometimes it's for financial, strictly financial reasons. They could go to maybe a district next door and make $7,000 more, which, you know what, some people wouldn't go for that, but if it's a strictly financial move, it does happen. It happens, people coming into Milford as well as the people leaving Milford, right? So yeah, we do try to capture why and what we could do better at that point. Exit interviews, we have a form that we send them, and try to learn from that. You know, I mean, in certain things, there's certain things we can't do anything about, because it might be contractual.
Mr. Koba?
Hi, thanks for the report, and especially the enthusiasm you delivered it with. I just, give me like a basic feel for what's the timeline from when you post a new teacher's position and the process before you actually onboard someone? What's just in recent history, what's
Okay.
like the time scale for
It's a
that?
loaded question, because it really depends.
Yeah, I figured that.
We could, I just got a retirement, like, last week for somebody who's leaving in June. Now, if it's not a shortage area, we're not gonna post that until, I don't know, April. But if it is a shortage area, we may start sooner, but obviously they wouldn't start till August. So, but in a normal, so in the middle of the summer, somebody resigns, is going down the line to, you know, Westport. We post the position, and then, of course, it's summer, so you have to contend with vacations. Administrators work 12 months, but they do have vacations that they're allowed to take. So we try to kind of structure a timeline that we can get the interviews done. With every position, when we have finalists, we do demo lessons to see them teaching in action, to make sure that this is what we're looking for, that this is what we want. We do an intensive reference check, Googling all that other good stuff on the final candidate, and then make them an offer. Most offers are accepted, but sometimes it's just not enough for them financially, or maybe the commute's a little longer than they expected. So we will either have a backup or have to reopen the search and start all over. So it really does depend.
Other questions?
One more quick one.
Yes.
How many current total employees do you manage? Have? How many
Here?
how many are here? We talked about how many
Yeah.
are new, or how many
Yep.
payrolls you ran, or whatever. How many bodies and lives are you dealing with at various stages through your office?
Between 12 to 1,300 employees are currently employed here. And I say between because it depends on the number of substitutes that we have on board, and of course, the number changes every day. But somewhere in that range will be the number of employees, coaches, athletic coaches,
All the
things like
pieces.
that. Yeah.
So to manage, looking at this from any corporate position, to manage a staff of 1,200 to 1,300 through recruitment, retention, benefits, retirements, everything else that you talk about going on, and to do that with a team of 7,
Yeah.
very impressive.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and as you know, not everybody's coming to you at once for things. It kind of ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
The beginning of the year is extremely busy. The end of the year is extremely busy, and then in between, it kind of just goes like this, depending on what's going on, or what people are facing, because we don't know what's going to happen, right, in people's lives, and we're ready and waiting for that, so. Yeah, thank you.
It's a very impressive ratio, so
Yep.
well done.
Thank you. All right, so now Ms. Kapazna also has her monthly
Yes.
report to give us.
Okay, and the monthly report, let's see. This month, we have, as always, the listing of job postings, personnel changes for the month, recommendations, retirements, resignations, terminations, and stipend appointments. And I think on this month, there's no stipends, right? A couple of stipends, so it's a pretty average report here. Nothing too exciting, but I'll take any questions if you guys have.
See, that CNA instructor is still open.
Yes, yes, we are working on that. That's one of our 3 openings.
Questions for Ms. Kapazna on the monthly report? All right, I see none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that completes superintendent's report, Mrs. Glennis.
Thank you.
But can I have a moment of privilege, because I feel like I need to. I also want to applaud the work that Ms. Kapazna does with a small team but mighty team. And we know that she's done this such a long time with that small and mighty team, and covers the entire continuum of that was described tonight. So with great grace and effort and leadership, and I just want to commend you and your team, so really great job.
Thank you. And they are amazing. I forgot to mention that like that too, so I don't want, yeah, they're great. Thank you.
And I remember, Dr. Kutaya, this was, I think, one of the last pieces of your entry plan that we're finally getting to, right? So
Yes, I think,
it's,
well, there are some other things back there, but yes, this is one of
well,
the
I
big pieces.
remember, in those conversations, and this was, so it's been quite a metamorphosis,
Yeah.
I think, of growth, without adding any, just the one staff
Yes,
member.
and thank you for
So-
your support, as always.
All right, we'll move on to new business. Do you have anything you want to preface this with, Mr. Brennan?
Sure. Like Mr. Bradbury said in the question that came earlier, these are the final 2 hardening projects that we have for our schools, except outside of Pumpkin Delight, which is being done in the construction right now. This is a action that's necessary for the city of Milford to receive some reimbursement for state funding. So the projects were completed and they're at 100%, and we are happy that they are up and running.
Very good. Ms. Petrosky, you have motions for us.
Motion that the Milford Board of Education accepts the security upgrade project, hardened entranceway at Cath Pan Meadow Elementary School, state project number 084-0215-A as 100% complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Fermender. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
I'd like to make a motion that the Milford Board of Education accepts the security upgrade project hardened entranceway at Live Oaks Elementary School, state project number 084-0214-A as 100% complete.
Is there a second?
The 0214 or 0215?
0214.
This is the second one.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Live
Live
Oaks is
Oaks, right?
5.
Live Oaks says 2015.
No.
Also, on the print test. Oh, it's a typo, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Not on the agenda.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Smith has seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda, Ms. Petrosky?
I'd like to make a motion that the Milford Board of Education approves consent agenda items, consideration of minutes for the November 13th, 2023 business meeting, November 27, 2023 organizational meeting, and the November 27, 2023 special meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Fermender. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That was you, right, Scott?
Yes.
Yep. Right, board comment? Any board comment this evening? Ms. Zerby?
Right before this meeting, I was at the girls' basketball games, Foreign against Laurelton Hall. So it was just fun to see the interaction between the schools in town. By the time when I left, Foreign was ahead, so hopefully we'll see who won at the end.
Thank you, Ms. Zerby. Ms. Doyle?
It doesn't feel like it, but the Thanksgiving game was really a lot of fun. It was a long time ago. It was only a couple weeks. But it was really great to see how well the students played and the spirit of the foreign and law communities and everyone who's there. I'm going to express my disappointment that we didn't get our reading waiver passed, and extremely unhappy that we need to continue to rejigger this without clear guidance.
You have good company in that unhappy camp from many municipalities and districts.
The Thanksgiving game, I was there as well, and Foreign does look spectacular. The foreign entrance and the flagpole really does look very nice. So I haven't been to law yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing the
Oh,
law.
it looks awesome. Very good.
Any other, Ms. Petrosky?
I just wanted to express my appreciation for Dr. Kataya, Mr. Brennan, and Mr. O'Terry participating in the fundraiser for Keeping Milford Warm this past weekend. It was great to see representation. Thank you.
All right, any other board comment? So seeing them, we'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Motion to adjourn to executive session for the superintendent's mid-year update. Dr. Kutaya is invited into the session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Fermender.
Are we even here?
There's 6 of us here, that's plenty. Any opposed?
Motion to reconvene.
We're back in the regular session, at 11:02. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposed? We're adjourned.
Merry Christmas, everybody.